Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Shri Bhavani Shankaraya Namaha, Shri Matre Namaha. Jai Shankar. For today, we will be talking about the Saiyojim activities which Chitrapur Yuvadhara conducted. To start the session, we would like to present and offer the Chitrapur Yuvadhara Samoha Geet.
अनुग्रहित गुरु परंपराधृत युवधारा गुरु प्रेरित गुरु अनुग्रहित गुरु परंपराधृत युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा। कर्म क्षेत्र है धर्म क्षेत्र है गुरु क्षेत्र है यह सारा। कर्म क्षेत्र है धर्म क्षेत्र है गुरु क्षेत्र है यह सारा। युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा। श्री भवानी शंकर नमन कर गुरु संकेत शिरोधार्य कर। निज शक्ति को जागृत कर निज शक्ति को जागृत कर। गुरु परंपरा से बंधी रहे यह युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा। अंतर मन विकसित करने निर्मल करने उज्ज्वल करने। अंतर मन विकसित करने निर्मल करने उज्ज्वल करने। सारस्वत आनंदित करने अग्रसर होती रहे यज्ञवत यह युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा। शक्ति भक्ति संपन्न बने हम संस्कृति रक्षक वीर बने हम। शक्ति भक्ति संपन्न बने हम संस्कृति रक्षक वीर बने हम। सच्चे साधक शिष्य बने हम गुरु सेवा के पात्र बने हम। गुरु दृष्टि के पात्र बने हम। यतीश्वर यही प्रार्थना यतीश्वर यही प्रार्थना यतीश्वर यही प्रार्थना। युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चिर युवधारा युगो युगो तक अमर रहे चित्रापुर युवधारा।
Sashtang pranams to Param Puja Swamiji. I also extend my pranams to Swami Brahman Tirth Swamiji. And today we will talk about the various activities which Yuvadhara conducted during the Saiyojim period. Of course, itil divsantu various presentations happened where it was pleasure to see Yuvas being part of various activities without officially being told to or told to participate. So that is a great participation. But today we will talk about more focused activities which were undertaken. So in 2020, before Saiyojim began, Chitrapur Yuvadhara organized a few events which were focused on skills and knowledge, like the Avkas session where we talked about finance, we talked about exercise, mental health. But as the pandemic continued, so did the fear and uncertainties which the Yuvas had in their minds. So Saiyojim came as like a silver lining for our Samaj and for Yuvas, and it was an opportunity for the Yuvas to kind of try to identify their strengths and introspect. That was an opportunity which we saw, and so what we decided is that the main theme or the focus which Yuvadhara would have in the Saiyojim period would be to find, realize and act based on our Atmabal. And that is what the theme which we took to in various activities. And we created activities which were in line with focusing on mental, physical, spiritual well-being of the Yuvas. And what better opportunity than an event where our current Hādhipattya Param Puja Swamiji and our Guru Swami Parinanasam Swamiji special occasions, and it was a great opportunity for us. And the Guru Shukti proved to be an Aadhar for our entire Samaj, including Yuvas during these difficult times. So in order to deepen this connection with Param Puja Swamiji and the Guru Parampara, we decided that Guru Pujan was the main activity which we wanted to focus on throughout this Saiyojim period as Yuvadhara and as our main Saiyojim sadhana. And it began on March 1st. We began with a humble sankalp of offering 250 Guru Pujans throughout the Saiyojim period. And at that time, it seemed like a very difficult task. You know, we were samagri melt ki na time antu because of lockdown. Will everyone know how to pronounce and provide right uchchar for the Guru Pujan? Will there be a uniform standard set how everyone participates? But as we've seen, and in hindsight, we can say that the Guru Shakti has a lot of this planned before we really know. And so at the same time, Thane Sabha initiated a training for Guru Pujan for the Yuvas and other sadhakas. Thane Sabha and a few Yuvadhara members organized 2 train the trainer sessions attended by about 129 sadhakas around the world, and also had a contribution in creating a document for Guru Pujan to have a uniform practice. And this served as a guide for all sabhas, Yuvas, in training and conducting the Samohik Guru Pujana session. Tejashree Bailur, who was from Thane Sabha, who was instrumental and a major role she played in this part of it, we would like to share what she would like to say about this.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Koti Pranams at the Lotus Feet of Param Puja Swamiji. In 2020, when lockdown had just begun, Angil Thane Sabhendu, we felt the need to train Yuvas in doing Guru Pujan so that they could offer it during the online events of Sanikarsha, Samaradhana, etc. So we formed a team and we brainstormed and we came up with a plan to teach Guru Pujan online. During the course of training, we felt the need for having a comprehensive training manual with detailed instructions so that it is easier for the learners. Shtikar Paljekar ma'am came up with the idea of color coordinating it so that it is easier. And our team came up with a document with the guidance of Sudhir Balvedi ma'am, Gajanan Mankikar ma'am, Vaishali Kopikar Pachi. Our team is really very happy that this document as well as the resources that we used have been helpful for people across all sabhas during this period of Saiyojim. We also had the opportunity to train Yuvas from Mallapur and Shirali sabhas as well. During this course of planning and training, Makai Masta Shikuk Mela, it brought in a host of opportunities for me to introspect and work on my own limitations. It taught me patience, humility, tima sangat kaam kash korcha, and mukhya manari how ghar baisun Guru Pujan kartana, there is a sense of satisfaction. But when I'm sharing that knowledge, sharing that joy of performing Guru Pujan with others, and yami sangati main Guru Pujan offer kartana, it is really very fulfilling. On behalf of our Thane Guru Pujan training team, I offer my Koti Pranams at the feet of Param Puja Swamiji and all our Gurus in our Guru Parampara for this opportunity to offer the seva and to experience this bliss. Dhanyavad. Om Shri
And with this beautifully created document, a lot of the trained yuvas quickly picked up the upcharas, the vidhis, and started training other sadhakas in their sabhas. And this was seen during the Sadhana Panchakam, which was as a part of the Janmotsav celebration, which was an online event on June 15th. Yuvadhara performed the Guru Pujan. The chanting was also done by a yuva. And it was an interesting occasion, where the yuva was actually a backup train for that session, and he was not expected to really chant, and so it so happened that the main chanter connection went off, and the yuva picked up, and it was flawless in that sense, and that is where the training helped. It was actually a building towards this. The 2020 training and activity we took forward helped in this. So the yuva who was part of this, Mohit Karkal, shares his experience of training other sadhakas and yuvas and part of this online session.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Shri Bhavani Shankaraya Namaha. Om Shri Matre Namaha. Jai Shankar. Sashtang pranams at the lotus feet of Parama Puja Swamiji. I consider myself truly fortunate to have been a part of the team of Guru Pujan trainers for Dadar Sabha. Because of the good work already done by the sadhakas of Thane Sabha, we had a blueprint of what is to be done in terms of online Guru Pujan training. आणि स्वाम्याला तन्मयली प्रेरणा तरी आशिल्लीची. ताजमिती ह्या सगळ्या गुरुपूजन शिकोवचे कार्य सहजतया साध्य जालें. अनेक म्हणाली मगन स्वता गेल्या गुरुपूजन करची पद्धत, श्लोकांचे उच्चारण हांतू मस्त रिफाइनमेंट आयले. ताज नंतर सायोजन काळांतू म्हाका मस्त इव्हेंट्सांतू गुरुपूजन चॅन्टिंग करचे अवकाश मेळ्ळो. ह्या सगळ्या बरे रित्या म्हाका करूंक साध्य जालें purely because I was a part of the Guru Pujan training activity as a part of Saiyojim. स्वामीजी, ही सगळी जी सेवा आम्ही युवराज करतसती आणि मुखार सुद्धा करतली, ही हांव तुमगेल्या चरण कमलांतू अर्पण करता आणि प्रार्थना करता की आमकां आनी मुखारी बरे बरे कार्य करचे सामर्थ्य मेळ्ळें, अवकाश मेळ्ळो आणि त्या सगळ्या गुरुशक्तीच्या चरणी अर्पण जावं म्हणून अशीची प्रार्थना.
Learn how to do it myself. Thanks to Swamiji, I got to learn how to do the Shodashopchar Guru Pujan, not just as a ritual, but also its meaning, its significance, and its effects on us if done correctly. I feel that Guru Pujan has helped me experience a deeper connection with the Guru Shakti. Swamiji's teachings has helped me to think upon how to best expend my life. Manasa, Kaya, Vacha, Mantat Tashi. So, thank you Swamiji. We love you Swamiji. Please continue to bless us all. Thank you. Jai Shankar.
Param Puja Sadyojāt Shaṅkarāshram Swamiji has time and again spoken about the immense mental and physical benefits that a sadhaka receives, with the regular practice of Sandhya Vandanam and the Gayatri Japam. So, Dr. Chaitanya Gulwadi Ma'am in 2020 had a few Sankship Sandhya Vandan training sessions for yuvas, and this acted as a foundation for yuvas to conduct and participate in Gayatri Anushtans during Saiyojim Sevas in their respective sabhas. And during Saiyojim, yuvas also conducted 3 Saiyojim Gayatri Anushtans, which were completely organized by yuvas, right from coordinating it, leading the session, and managing the back end. So these were performed in the last month. We offered this at the lotus feet of Swamiji. And it saw the participation from yuvas across the globe. So UK, US, Canada, even from across India. And Chaitanya Malapur Ma'am from Grant Road, who he led one of the sessions, shares his experience here.
Jai Shankar. I offer my Sashtang pranams at the lotus feet of Parama Puja Swamiji on this auspicious occasion. It is a blessing even to get the smallest opportunity to serve our Guru, and all the more if it is offering the Gayatri Anushthan at their lotus feet. Personally, this has been a great learning. The process itself teaches many things in addition to uplifting the confidence. It has helped build and improve endurance to sit for a longer period with focus, especially when you are conducting, as one needs to be extra attentive to the count of malas, the speed and the uchcharan at the same time. Conducting the Anushthan also added a sense of responsibility to fine-tune or be perfect with the uchcharan and the process, being a collective offering at the lotus feet. This has benefited me while performing the Sandhya Vandanam as well. Overall, I feel that Saiyojim has helped enhance the spirit of our collective sadhana in the form of seva for our beloved Guru, even from distant locations. I feel truly fortunate to be a part of it, and once again offer my gratitude at the lotus feet of Swamiji and seek their blessings. Thank you.
Devi Anushthan has been an integral part of what we have been taught as yuvas at Shibirs, at various camps where we go, and this is another important facet what we've been taught as yuvas, as Yuvadhara. And yuvas as yuvatis across sabhas participated in Devi Anushtans as part of Saiyojim Seva. Yuvas in some sabhas and some locations also trained other sadhakas and yuvas in sabhas to perform Devi Anushthan. Sanjana Bantwal, she's based in Qatar. She also shared her knowledge with other sadhakas who wanted to learn and perform. And she shared her experience of doing this and connecting with the Shakti.
Jai Shankar, Koti pranams at the lotus feet of Param Pujya Swamiji, Hava Sanjana Bantwal. Growing up, I only knew of priests performing various puja vidhis. Among many other daily pujas, anushtans, etc., Param Pujya Swamiji also introduced us to a simple yet one of the most powerful sadhanas, Devi Anushthan. I have always felt closer and connected to Devi Shakti, and Devi Anushthan has helped me connect with her deeper, give me that blissful sense of liberation, improve my focus, anchor my thoughts, help me attain that strength and peace of mind. Being a small community here in Doha, some of us were less familiar with mutt activities and pujans. I was looking forward to performing Samuhik Devi Anushthan. On the auspicious occasion of our Param Pujya Swamiji's Janma Divas, Bhanaps here got together to perform Samuhik Devi Anushthan, which helped us all to bond together, staying connected to our roots. And I feel आमगेल Guru Shakti नेच घडोवन घेतल्या and तांगेले blessings जाले जाला. I feel blessed and proud to be a part of this rich culture and tradition as a Bhanap. Having gotten the opportunity to offer seva to the mutt and lotus feet of our Guru Shakti, I immensely feel the joy and divine anand as described by Param Pujya Swamiji. I pray to strengthen my connection with our Guru Parampara and to be able to offer my Alpa Seva at their lotus feet always, forever. Thank you, Swamiji.
Another activity which we started in 2020 was Manthan, which it started as an activity meant to facilitate manana over Pujya Swamiji's Upadesha from Navasmandan videos, where yuvas would be shared the link of this video one day before the session, and the session would be conducted where they share their thoughts on the video in a guided manner. This was also guided by Tejashri Bailur Pachi, and this started over WhatsApp in 2020. This was a unique thing we tried actually, where the videos were shared on WhatsApp and yuvas would respond on WhatsApp with their thoughts to certain questions. And evolving that, we felt that it could be done over AMS Teams during Saiyojim. So we conducted 3 sessions of the Manthan activity, where there were 3 topics which we did this on. One was the Hanuman, an icon of strength and surrender. The second one was on sadhana, and the third one was on this very interesting video on under this open sky, where we saw Swamiji after a long time, in Kerala. So I'll just play short audio snippets of each of these manthans, just to get a flavor of what happened in these sessions.
हनुमान म्हणारी आयकॉन ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ अँड सरेंडर म्हणून सांगेन ना मॅम. हनुमान कलकल क्वालिटीज आम्ही घेऊया. व्हॉट वेर हिज स्ट्रेंथ्स?
I think Atmabal, utmost faith in Lord Ram ki, that is my source, that is my strength. I think that pulled him through, helped him go through all the difficulties.
This was for the first, this is a snippet from the first one.
करिष्ये वचनं तव. ह्या वर्ड्स कल तुमका अर्थ झालो.
It's the sankalpa of the shishya, I suppose. When a sadhaka becomes a shishya, then the shishya says that.
And the last session, which happened on 31st October.
I think we are all very lucky to have a sight of Swamiji cycling through the lush green fields. And the lush green fields is symbolic of under the clear sky, our lives can also become lush and green if we follow whatever the Guru says, as in spiritually matra nahi, but even physically, mentally, emotionally.
And in the third session, a few Jodhpur Tarus also joined this session, and they shared their thoughts and insights also. So it was a nice combination of different thought processes together. So Amruta Ulman from Bandrakar, she was a participant throughout 2020, 21. She was always there on all Manthans. So we wanted her to share what she felt while discussing these topics.
Jai Shankar and Shashtang Pranams at the lotus feet of our Param Pujya Swamiji. Speaking about my experience of participating in Manthan during this auspicious occasion of Saiyojim, I would like to highlight a few of my key takeaways, though the knowledge that I have gained has been vast. Firstly, I have learned to look at a particular topic or situation in a multitude of ways. Just like a diamond has its various facets, each shining with its own unique brilliance, as a topic with its multiple perspectives. I have learned not to disregard or look down upon any other's perspective. Secondly, when in doubt or confusion, we will always find answers hidden in the wisdom and teachings of our Guru. Lastly, I feel super grateful that in the due course of my participation, I have felt a deep bond and connect with our entire Samaj by getting an opportunity of sharing our joint ideals and thoughts which we've learned under the gentle and enthusiastic guidance of our Guru. Thank you, Swamiji, for your ever-present blessings and teachings. Thank you.
And following this, we had an interesting event, which we, first time we've done this kind of event. And a lot of yuvas wanted to express themselves and share their thoughts. So we created this event called a virtual open mic, where they were given certain topics and were going to come up with poems or monologues, which have to be around 5 minutes each. So we did 2 sessions of these, and this was conceptualized by Divya Vinekar, who's also part of CYO, on a different, because she does a lot of poems otherwise. So she wanted to see how we could combine that idea into our sadhana and aspect as well. So the first session which we did was a topic during Guru Purnima, during Chaturmas basically, where the topics which were given to them were Guru Parampara, our beloved Gurus, gratitude towards Param Pujya Swamiji, his influence on our growth as yuvas, tiding through the pandemic through our connection with Param Pujya Swamiji, the Mutt and the Guru Parampara, what Saiyojim meant to Yuvas, and what sadhana means to us Yuvas. And we had about 6 to 7 participants in each session. So Nishtha Nainpalli from Bangalore had a poem which she recited for this session. So I'd like to play that now.
The name of the poem is Exalted Metanoia. So before reciting the poem, I would like to quote Albert Einstein, "Look deep into nature and then you will understand everything better." Ha quotari, have inspiration here, from Mother Nature herself. I've made this poem. So here it goes, Exalted Metanoia. Both faith and courage in plenty she did amass. What did the fledgling know about the sky being so vast? She knew she had to go, and go did she at last. She fell, she fumbled, and then she flew. Her fear was definitely a thing of the past. Chittering, chattering across the depths, swimming away with glee, causing a merry but a lively din. His entire world was the open sea. For he was, after all, a dolphin. About the world beyond, he had no clue. Efforts he had to take to catch a glimpse of the new. For there was a world above the ocean blue, unique and different indeed it was, drenched in flavors of flamboyant hue. For him, it came with new knowledge and opportunity. His ignorance was a thing of the past. It was now time for discovery. Bubbling and buzzing with enthusiasm, out came the bee. Only the brightest blooming flowers she did see. The early blossoms looked lovely, dotted by the morning dew. But she made trips to and from only the worthy few. Plentiful distractions and obstacles there were many, but the bee went around without paying heed to any. With determined focus, the little bee flew. Responsibility came first. Her priorities very well she knew. The dark clouds disappeared, and the storm finally blew by. Hopefully awaited the sunflower with his head held high. The faith he had that the sun would come had never gone away. The storm had caused devastation through the night and through the day. Men had come and men had gone, but the eternal sun was here to stay. As an answer to his prayers, at last he saw what started with a single ray. Out came the sun, brilliant and resplendent as ever. His grace and blessings bask the sunflower forever. I learned about perseverance, faith, focus, and responsibility, to name a few, while engaged in the seva at the lotus feet of my Guru. In the journeys of the flower, dolphin, bird, and bee, I'm sure we did see aspects of you and me. And our journey goes on as we continue to serve our Almighty. For having been guided, protected, and inspired, so blessed are we. Forever we shall be grateful to have a Guru like thee. Your love and blessings have enriched our lives, Swamiji. Thank you.
The second session was basically a lot of Yuvas were missing the shibirs, the sevas at HH camps and outdoor activities. So the second activity was based on these topics, and Arya Kaikini from Borivali penned a poem on this topic.
I have written a short poem on the topic Shibhirs Empowering Yuvas. Here it goes. Countless blessings. Joined my first Karaseva Shibhir in 2015 as a confused, underconfident teen. Never knew it would open beautiful doors to the abundance of Guru's grace that flows. Blessed with a sacred mantra diksha, escalates my journey towards our Guru Parampara. The strength and confidence that builds in me helps me to look at life in utmost glee. From raking the dried leaves to de-weeding the pond, from spreading the manure to cleaning the Ratha ground, Kemre farms welcomed us all. Met a bunch of energetic yuvas that thrive, proudly take our Samaj to higher highs. A breathtaking serene hilltop, sunset with cool breeze all around. A brainstorming session at Panchavati Hill brought my mind to an extreme fill. Every step in the waters of Alvikodi beach, danced, rejoiced and relaxed. I surrendered myself to the divine, spreading my arms to seize the time. Trekked to woods and hills, made Yuvathon extremely thrilled. Didn't stop nor gave up, echoes of Mahadev kept roaring up. As my ears heard Swamiji sing, Lagu Tujhe Paaye, a gush of happy tears flowed through my eyes. Japa and pujas are a daily part of my life, diving in sevas with a content smile. Truly enlightened by his Ashirvachans, made me realize the purpose of life. Closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, realized he is always there in depth. Grateful to be born in a parampara 300 years old, never knew it would open beautiful doors to the abundance of Guru's grace that flows. Thank you.
Yuva Malvika Karnad from Santa Cruz, she participated in both the sessions. So she shared her experience of having to express her thoughts through this platform. So I will share her thoughts now.
Jai Shankar and pranams to Paramapuja Swamiji. I'm thankful to have the platform today to share my experience as a participant for the Yuvadhara open mic events. I was personally intrigued by the idea of having an open mic for the very first time. Words may not do justice to express it. What made it wonderful was the fact that despite being in different locations, we could all gather virtually to express our gratitude towards Paramapuja Swamiji for guiding us and helping us grow at an individual and community level. It was overall a beautiful event along with a unique opportunity for us to share our memories and experiences as devotees. Thank you.
In order to improve the mental and physical wellness of yuvas, Yuvadhara came up with Atmabal sessions. These sessions were a series of events out of which one of the sessions was a yoga session which was conducted by Meenakshi Baljekar Pachi. And after this, there was a Samuhik yoga session on World Yoga Day. After this, Saiyojim, the ongoing Saiyojim series of events and the Atmabal series of events merged together to churn out a better series of events. Yuvadhara, Yuvas from Yuvadhara participated in these Saiyojim Atmabal events, not just providing support and help, but especially technical support and assistance, which made the experience of the events for the participants quite seamless. Here is Sanjana Balse, who is one such yuva, and she is going to share her experience.
Jai Shankar and Shashtang pranams to the lotus feet of our Swamiji. Situations were bleak. Sundays looked like any other day, but then came along an opportunity to do seva by being a part of live streaming and back-end support for the Saiyojim team. Atmabal sessions gave me tremendous amount of knowledge, not only the sessions themselves, but also by interacting with these experts on how they articulate, think and present themselves. I also got an opportunity to live stream the Sadhana Panchakam, the Guru Pujan and the most awaited Sampark. Sampark always gave me anxious jitters. But then it had to be perfect. As soon as Swamiji would enter the call and say Mahadev, all these jitters would vanish in a jiffy. I am truly grateful to be a part of this divine experience and to be offering my seva, and would love to do more of it. Thank you.
It felt like ages since Yuvas had last been in the presence of Param Pujya Swamiji. And since they were longing for such a presence and such an interaction again, the Yuvadhara team coordinated and managed an event called an interactive session with Colonel Kini Ma'am in the presence of Param Pujya Swamiji. This was a unique event. So in this event, we got to interact with Colonel Kini Ma'am, who undertook a massive task wherein he went to all the places where Adi Shankara had set foot in his lifetime, and he collected the soil from these areas. One of those places was Sharda Peeth, which is now in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This was an enormous task in itself, but Colonel Kini Ma'am went beyond just doing this action. He undertook this from this beginning with a seva bhavana, wherein he believed that he was just the nimitta through which the Guru Shakti or Adi Shankara was carrying out the action. And he offered the entire result at the feet of Adi Shankara. This just re-emphasizes what Swamiji has always been telling us, which is to do our actions as seva and offer the result at our Guru's lotus feet. This was a unique event in that it was organized. It was a hybrid event because Yuvas got the flexibility to attend either online through Microsoft Teams, or they could attend the event in-house at Karla. Yuvadhara team supported and managed all the online and the back-end part of the event. Yuvadhara, the Yuvas wanted to give an offering, wanted to make an offering to Swamiji as their Janma Divas was closing in. In order to do this, and with this intention in mind, they created the Indradhanush platform, which was again an online platform where Yuvas participated and showcased their multifaceted talent through music, painting, etc. They also took part actively in the editing and management and creation of the videos. One such Yuva is here to share his experience.
Jai Shankar, Param Pujya Swamangal Kamala Charanantu, Koti Koti Naman.
So Omkar was basically part of the back-end team, and he helped in editing and coordinated with the website team, the Saiyojim team, and especially Shantish Nail Ma'am, Archana Pachi, and he ensured that some of the videos which needed editing were ready in time. He supported a lot of people who were sending in content if there was any additions needed. So he was quite instrumental in supporting this, and through this video, which unfortunately is not playing now, but he offers his seva, and he would like to do more and offer his seva in the lotus feet of Param Pujya Swamiji.
Yuvas went beyond just participating in these series of events, and they went beyond that and started helping out in the activities of the Mutt. One such offering was by Bangalore Yuvas, wherein they coordinated and raised some funds which would then be contributed towards getting rain ponchos for the women working at Shirali Mutt. UK Yuvas organized a trek where they raised funds again, and this trek was to Mount Hevelin in Lake District, and the proceeds of this fundraising trek went to Srivali High School. Atmabal is here to share his experience.
Jai Shankar. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of Param Pujya Swamiji. For the past few years, the UK Sabha Yuvas have been undertaking an annual summer hike to encourage physical and mental fitness. As part of Saiyojim, and to mark their dedication to Parama Pujya Swamiji, the Yuvas decided to use the 2021 hike as an opportunity to raise funds for Shri School in Chitrapur by getting donations from friends, families, and colleagues. On the 29th of August 2021, a group of 17 youths climbed the mighty Helvellyn mountain in the Lake District, which stands at 3,100 feet tall. The group took the challenging route up Striding Edge, a sharp top ridge with steep drops on both sides. Just as the group was to begin its ascent up the ridge, we were met with challenging foggy conditions. But with the Guru Shakti behind us, the participants summoned the strength to carry on and battle their fears, and just as we reached the summit, the fog lifted to reveal some breathtaking views. All 17 youth completed the challenge with the grace and blessings of Parama Pujya Swamiji, and the youth surpassed all expectations and raised an incredible £6,018 for the Shri School, around 6.2 lakh rupees. The Yuvas of the UK Sabha placed this donation at the lotus feet of Parama Pujya Swamiji and hope to undertake more such fundraising activities in the future. Jai Shankar.
The fact that it's been 13 years since the conception of Yuvadhara, and it's also the period of Saiyojim, means that this year is really important for us. We must remember that Yuvadhara started 13 years ago when our beloved Swamiji took Sankalpa, and out of which Yuvadhara was conceived. So we must remember the mission of our Swamiji, and we must always follow our Guru's mission and take their Margadarshan.
So on the 13th foundation day of Chitrapur, 13 years of Yuvadhara, so Arjun Rao, I would play this video in some time, but I'd like to share what Arjun Rao experienced while having
Jai Shankar
offering this.
And Koti Pranams at the lotus feet of Swamiji. Recently Yuvadharaचे 13 years झालंय. So त्या वेळार म्हाका आदित्याल कॉल आयलो की आमी एक ऑनलायन व्हिडिओ प्रेजेंटेशन करचें सर. तातूंत 13 years of Yuvadhara आमकां दाखोवंक using various old footage and images. So I just dived right into it. I said it's going to be an exciting project. So let me take the charge. आमी पुरे videos collect करू लागली पहिलेची पुरे old videos, images from here and there. And then I started lining them up together. So the first challenge which came was what song should we use? Okay. So त्यावेळेस हांव चिके विचार केलो आनी हांव सजेस्ट केलें की आमी ते acapella version use करूया जे मैथिली आनी तांणी सगळ्यांनी कनकांजली वेळारी रेकॉर्ड केलेलें. So I said let's use that song and see how the edit goes because it sounds very modern. So Yuvadhara म्हणकी चिके एक modern touch दिवचेका we use that song. एक फर्स्ट ड्राफ्ट झालो, सेकंड ड्राफ्ट झालो, थर्ड ड्राफ्ट झालो. फायनली आमकां अप्रुवल मेळ्ळें. एंड व्हेन आय रेंडर्ड द फायनल व्हिडिओ आय couldn't contain my tears because I couldn't believe I could create such a beautiful video, you know. And then I realized when we are dealing with such divine material, these things just happen on their own. I didn't edit the video, it happened on its own. Jai Shankar. Jai.
Swamiji, I would like to play the video which was done for this event.
Shankar
चल प्रीत की रीत सिखा दो गुरुवर मेरा पार लगा दो ये जो मेरो कोटि प्रणाम ये जो मेरो कोटि प्रणाम विभंजक जन्म रंजक मानव धर्म पतन त्रास विभंजक जन्म रंजक मानव धर्म पतन कोटि कोटि शत प्रणाम तुमको गुरुवर मुद मंगल दाता कोटि कोटि शत प्रणाम तुमको गुरुवर मुद मंगल दाता कोटि शत प्रणाम तुमको गुरुवर मुद मंगल दाता हे तुम्हारी मोर दय कुंज के मेरा कुंज संहार करो हे अघारी मानस सर में अनुराग पद्म विस्तार करो कोटि शत प्रणाम तुमको गुरुवर मुद मंगल दाता संविदेशिक दयामुदात्मक मन मयूर को हर्षाओ सुमन सुमन को बाववार से सींच सींच कर सरसाओ कोटि कोटि शत प्रणाम गुरुवर मुद हे पीयूषधर सुधा बिंदु मम कर्णकुहर में द्रवित करो विबुधवरी भव शमन करी श्रुति सार धार को स्रवित करो कोटि शत प्रणाम गुरुवर मुद मंगल शिविदरीचि समत्यागी हम सब तव प्रभाव से बन जावे गुरु संग पद पद्म कुंज में नतमस्तक हो गुण गावे कोटि शत प्रणाम गुरुवर मुद मंगल त्रास विभंजक जन मन रंजक मानव धर्म बदन कोटि शत प्रणाम गुरुवर मुद मंगल गुरुवर मुद मंगल गुरुवर मुद
Swamiji, we place the Saiyojim Seva and the other Seva which we have done at your lotus feet and in deep gratitude. And we thank Swamiji for this opportunity to share what Yuvadhara did. And we wish Swamiji guides that this teenager who's just turned 13 into many more years, and for us, allow us to do many more things, much bigger things. Thank you, Swamiji. We would like to thank our Chitrāpur Yuvadhara team, which is now India and international, about 25 centers. We have about 77 coordinators and representatives, around 848 total registered Yuvas. We'd like to thank all our coordinators, representatives, and our extended teams for all their support during Saiyojim and for in all these years. At the Saiyojim, at the CYO level, this is a CYO team which operates and supports various activities. Sharmila Kumble, Amit Mam, who handles the finance whenever needed, Vaishali Heblekar, Siddharth Baindur, Divya Vinekar, Naveen Bijur, and a team of advisors who capably guide us when we need assistance, Arsana Saunal Pachi, Jaya Putli Pachi, Sheriu Haldipur, and Sona Chandavarkar Pachi. And I'd like to specially mention the effort. Everyone's put their effort, but Sharmila especially, I would like to definitely, for her effort, she stood as a rock behind me whenever I needed any assistance. She'd always been there whenever I needed any events to be done. And of course, she's been part of various L2G events. She's trained a lot of other people to take it online. So it's great that us as Yuvas have been able to offer this. And we also thank the Saiyojim team for this opportunity, the Carla administration and all the volunteers here who've made this possible, the AV team who's beautifully done this for us to offer this Seva today. Thank you, Swamiji. म्युझिक प्रोग्राम सुरू जातलो. म्युझिक प्रोग्राम आतां 6:30 सुरू जातलो. सो सगळ्यांनी थंय उपस्थित जावंक. थँक्यू.
नमस्कार. ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः. Shri Bhavani Shankaraya Namaha. Shri Matre Namaha. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of Param Pujya Sadyojāt Shaṅkarāshram Swamiji. My humble pranams at Swami Brahmananda Tirth Swamiji. Jai Shankar and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Her vibrant and resonant voice, her impeccable control over swara, laya and bhava, and her exhaustive training under maestros like Pandit Vasantrao Kulkarni of the Agra Gwalior Gharanas and the iconic Gana Saraswati Srimati Kishori Amonkar of the Jaipur Atrauli Gharana make our artist of this evening, Srimati Aarti Ankalikar Tikekar, a much sought after singer. Aarti ji has been applauded on concert platforms the world over. Among her many accolades are the Mayor Award in 2001, the prestigious Pandit Kumar Gandharva Samman, Pandit Jasraj Award, and national awards for films Samhita and Antarnad. She was also the winner of the Maharashtra State Award for the Best Playback Singer, and she has also won the V. Shantaram Award. What is most alluring about Aarti ji is her ability to hold her own in both classical and light classical renditions, in which too she has a wide repertoire. Accompanying her this evening on the tabla, Shri Vibhav Khandolkar. On the pakhavaj, Shri Ganesh Papar. On the harmonium, Shri Leeladhar Chakradev. On the tanpura and swarsat, Shriya Shinde and Shreya Joshi. I now request Aarti ji to begin her recital. My humble pranams to I will begin today's concert with Rag Jhanjhoti. मध्ये रूपक बंदिश इन रूपक महादेव विश्वंभर जटाजूट प्रिय नयन नीलकंठ. And this will be followed by a Drik composition in Tal, Teen Tal. हे शिव गंगाधर फणिवरधर जटाजूट
and I will also perform a tarana in Tal Ada Chauta, Rag Jhanjhoti. तानपुरा थोडा वाढवणार, थोडा कमी. विशंभर जटाजूट जटाजूट त्रियेन
विशंभर जटा जूट द्रियेन विशंभर जटा जूट त्रियेन नमः।
फिफ्टी अटैक नहीं है कहा। महादेव विशंभर जटा जूट महा विषंवर जटा जुटतियन नीलकंठ महादेव विशंभर महादेव विशंभर जटा जुटतियन नमः विशंभर जटा जुटतियन नीलकंठ महादेव व्याघ्रांबर देव विशंभर जटाजूट महा Sare ba ma ga re sare ba ma ba ra sa ni da ba ma ba ra sa ni ba ga re sa ni da ba ma ga re sare ma ba ra ma ha de ma ma ba 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 da ba ma ga re sare ma ba ra sare ma ba ra re ma ba ra ga sare ba ma ga sare ma ga sare ba ma ga sare ma ba ra ma ba ra sa ni da ba ra sa ni da ba ma ga re sa re ma ba ra re sa ni da ba ma ga re sa ma ha de da sa re ma ma ga re sa ni da pa da sa re ma ga da pa da pa ma ga re sa ni da pa da sa re ma ga sa re ma pa da sa re da pa ma ga re sa ma ha da pa da ma pa da ga sa re pa ma ga sa re ni da sa pa da sa re ma pa da ma ha da pa ma ga re sa re ma pa da sa ni da ga re ma pa da sa re ma pa da sa re sa ni da ma ga sa re ma ha विशंभर जडा जुडती नरी लगंग तुमच्याकडे 58 आहे का? प्रतीक ठीक ऐकू येते का आता? रे तदानि तननन तन तदारे तदानि तन तदारे तदानि तननन तन तदारे तदानि तननन तन तदारे तदानि तननन तन तदारे तदानि तननन तननन तन तदारे तदानि तननन तन तदारे तदा तननन तन तदारे तदानि तननन तन तदारे तदा तदियनदि 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 तन धन 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 तननन तन तदारे तदा तननन तन तदारे तदा तननन तन तदारे तदा तननन तन तदारे तदा 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 तन तदारे तन तदारे तदा तदियनदि 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 तन धन 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 तननन तन तदारे तदा तननन तन तदारे तदा तननन हे शिव गंगाधर, 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 फणिवरधर जटाजूट भस्म अंग भाल चंद्र विराजे, हे शिव गंगाधर, हे शिव गंगाधर, हे शिव गंगाधर, हे शिव गंगाधर. ज्ञान कला ज्ञान कला परिपूर्ण शंकर, ज्ञान कला परिपूर्ण शंकर, श्रुति मनोरंजन गावत हर रंग, श्रुति मनोरंजन गावत हर रंग, डमरू हर कर बाजे, ज्ञान कला परिपूर्ण शंकर, ज्ञान कला
शङ्कर ज्ञानकला परिपूर्ण शङ्कर
श्रुति मनोरंजन गावत हर रंग डमरू हर कर बाजे डमरू हर कर बाजे
शिव गंगाधर शिव गंगाधर शिव गंगाधर शिव
जटाजूट भस्म अंगभाल चंद्र विराजे
शिव गंगाधर शिव गंगाधर शिव
धन्यवाद. आता हा माईक जरा बरोबर झाला, मग मॉनिटरमध्ये मला थोडा त्याचा त्रास होत होता. बसंत बहार गाऊ का थोडा वेळ, चालेल का? एक खूप सुंदर बंदिश आहे माझे गुरुजी पंडित दिनकर कायकिणी यांची, अ कॉम्पोजिशन इन राग बसंत बहार. आई बसंत की बहार फूलत नई फुलवारी, कली कली की मुस्कान है मुख पर, आई बसंत की बहार. देखो रंग संग दिन रंग, देखो रंग संग दिन रंग, बाग की शोभा न्यारी, ऋतु बनवारी, खेलत नैनन सो होरी, आई बसंत की बहार. आई बसंत की बहार आई बसंत की बहार आए बसंत की बहार आए बसंत की बहार आए बसंत की बहार फूलत नए फुलवारी फूलत नए फुलवारी कली कली की मुस्कान है मुगा पर बसंत की बहार आए बसंत की बहार आए बसंत की बहार फूलत नए फुलवारी फूलत नए फुलवारी कली कली मुस्कान है मुख पर बरसात की बहार। आए बरसात की बहार फूलत नहीं फुलवारी करे कली की मुस्कान है मुगा परा बरसात की बहार। देखो रंग संग दिन देखो रंग संग दिन रंग बागा की शोभा न्यारी ऋतु बनवारी खेलत नैनन सोहारिया बरसात की बहार। आए बरसात की बहार। मासा गनि दपनि पमा गमनि सानि पपा गमरे आए बरसात की आए बरसात की बहार फूलत नहीं फुलवारी करे कली की मुस्कान है मुगा परा बरसात की बरसात की बरसात की बहार। पिया संग
संग खेलो रे पिया संग खेलो पिया संग खेलो रे पिया संग खेलो रे पिया संग खेलो रे मेरी माई बरन बरन के बसन पर फूलवन के गजरा मुंद डारूंगी गरमा पिया संग खेलो रे पिया संग खेलो रे पिया संग ऐसो ही बरसात उपजे ऐसो ही बरसात उपजे उलसाली नो मनवा अदई छान परिला मोरा जी अरबा पिया संग खेलो रे पिया संग खेलो रे अरे माई बरन बरन के बसन पर फूलवन के गजरा गुंद डारूंगी गरमा पिया संग खेलो रे पिया संग 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 खेलो रे तेरी माई बरन बरन के बसन पर फूलवन के गजरा गूंद डारूंगी गरमा पिया संग खेलो पिया संग खेलो पिया संग खेलो एक मालकांसची बंदिश गाऊन त्यानंतर भैरवी गाऊ का अर्धी भैरवी गाऊ हां काय म्हणालात अभंग भैरवीचा गाऊ का चालेल
दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दया कर माता दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दया कर माता मन सुख हरणी दुर्गवरणी दुर्गति नाशिनी दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे दुर्गे भवानी दुर्गे भवानी दया कर माता
रंगी रंगला 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 रंगी रंगला रंगी रंगला रंगी रंगला रंगी रंगला रंगी रंगला रंगी रंग
Thank you, Aarti ji, for an enchanting, for enhancing the beauty of these divine surroundings with your enchanting voice and extraordinary artistry. It has been a soul-stirring experience for all of us. Thank you so much.
It was a wonderful experience for me too. You know, for some time there was a problem with the microphone, I thought, because, you know, we didn't do the sound check. So, you know, I'm fine with this operator. I think you are really good. But initially, you know, what happens when I'm sitting here, unless and until there is a good sound, you know, I'm not one with whatever is happening. But later on, when we changed the mic, I was comfortable, and thank you for the same. Yeah, thank you. And it's a wonderful experience because, you know, last 2 years have been really, that way, really not good at all for the artists, especially because there were no concerts happening, everything else was happening, people were working from home, but we couldn't sing. We were singing from home, at home, that's for sure, but, you know, singing in front of people, and this is such a beautiful atmosphere. I really thank everyone for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the Rajatotsava committee, we would like to felicitate the artist with a small token of our appreciation at the holy hands of Param Pujya Swamiji. I request all of you to just come and
शक्ति से निकले प्रेम प्रवाह की जय हो।
13th February 2008. On this all-important morning of the 13th of February 2008, everyone was up early and totally prepared to set out on the momentous Padayatra, as you can see. Gokarn Mom had some last-minute advice, which the Yatris mulled over as they huddled together for a few minutes exchanging notes. When Pujya Swamiji came, he first wrapped up the holy padukas of Guru Swami carefully, as he had done at every stopover, in preparation for the yatra, wherein many joyful bhakts would carry them for a few steps forward ceremoniously till they reached Shirali. Swamiji then entered the Samadhi Sannidhi of Paramapuja Parijnanashram Swamiji, our first God-sent Guru of this 300-year-old parampara, to perform the Jalabhishek. With fragrant flowers and great reverence, His Holiness also decorated the ancient idol that the Guru had brought with him to establish that he had indeed come for this devout community of Chitrāpur Sāraswats as an emissary of their Aradhya Devata, Lord Bhavani Shankar himself. At the Uma Maheshwar Sannidhi, Swamiji bathed the lingam and then adorned it with a bilvapatra and a flower. As he anointed the beautiful idols of Shiva Parvati and their family too with sandalwood oil, offered flowers, and then did the abhishek of the Nandi, the devotees waited with mounting excitement. The tercentenary cap and number tag in place, everyone eager, everyone raring to take that first step forward. Finally, Swamiji did Jalabhishek to Priya Hanumant, who is worshipped with great reverence in this kshetra. Pujya Swamiji patiently demonstrated how to ensure that the Maruti Dhwaj is fixed firmly so that it would withstand all winds of discord and protect everyone on this sacred yatra. He also carried the sacred portrait of Guru Swami himself along with Brahmanand Mam and Ravi Mam and helped to fix it firmly on the supportive frame. Just see how Swamiji held up the garland till the chest carrying the puja articles was kept in place. Through every action, the constant message was devotion and the desire to perform every task as efficiently as possible should propel a Shishya who wants to offer seva with sincerity. Our Vaidics now began to invoke the grace of the divine, and as our Dhyana Magna Swamiji sat in the Samadhi Sannidhi, Upponi Guru Bhat Mam voiced the prayer and intent of the Chitrāpur Sāraswat Samāja.
Swami Sadgurunatha, Ishtadevata, Kuladevata, Aradhya Bhavan Shankara Divya Sannidhinto, Adalita Varga, Shri Samasta Bhakta Dandana Melno Prarthana Karke Milare. Ami 7 तारीख का समय गले संविधान तो दिव्य दशेची ज्ञान ज्योति नामयन सतः स्वामी नाता नाम हंगा निर्विघ्न रीतीने गोकर्ण मठांतो यौन पावलिति दशेची आज 13 तारीख अंतानियन श्रीवल्ली मठाक 2 दिवसाचे पदयात्रा कोण गेला पर्चासाठी तंतो निर्विघ्न रीतीने सर्व कार्य यशस्वी रीतीने आमका अंत भाग घेतलेले समस्त साधक भक्तांक विजयमांचे तंद्रे तापत्रे जाय असताना स्वाम्यांगले गुरुंगले सदा सर्वदा आमचे सदा संपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष अनुग्रह असका कशकी थैदोन हांगते निर्विघ्न रीतीने यशस्वी रीतीने सर्व कार्य झालं असं अशीची निर्विघ्न रीतीने सर्व काम जाणका मुख मात्र नाही श्रीवल्लींतून स्वाम्यांगले दिव्य सानिध्य ते प्राप्त जाऊन गेलो सर्व समस्त भक्तबंधांगले कष्ट दुःख निवारण सर्व जाणून सर्वतरांचे अभिदयाशी अनुग्रह करून सदा सर्वदा रक्षण पुत्र व्यसने घेतो सद्गुरु श्रीमद परिज्ञानाश्रम व्यसने घेतो प्रार्थना करण्यासाठी त्या प्रकारे प्रार्थना
ओम देवी वाचा वज्रयत देवास्तां विश्वरूपा भजवो वदन्ते सानो मन्त्रेणो मूर्जन्तुहाना धेनुर्वागस्मानुपसुष्णुतेतो सहस्रषडन्धनमभयो समाकृतमस्मभ्यं तथावर्णशमन्यो धियन्दनानारदयेषु यत्र भक्तराजिदासो अपनिलायन्ताम्.
After Pujya Swamiji took leave of the Adi Guru Sannidhi and came out, Guru Bhatmam performed the Aarti of the sacred portrait of Guru Swami. The milestone moment was here. Pujya Swamiji carried the Padukas and began the ceremonial inner parikrama, closely followed by devotees carrying the sacred portrait of Guru Swami and the Tirtha Kalashas. As the yatris began to move out of the mutt, Pujya Swamiji went down to the water's edge at Koti Tirth with his Guru Swami's Padukas to do the Jalabhishek of Lord Sachidanandeshwar and to spend a few immortal moments in silent communion with the Guru Shakti that had manifested itself at that very spot 3 centuries ago to save our fortunate Samaj. As he waited with the holy Padukas for the sacred portrait of Guru Swami and the 2 Jyotis to arrive, Pujya Swamiji was totally transformed into the overwhelmed disciple, anxious, very anxious, to attend to the smallest detail so that his Guru would not have to undergo the slightest discomfort or be subjected to the smallest inconvenience on this homeward journey. As soon as he heard the devotees cheering, Pujya Swamiji began his soulful song of unconditional surrender to the all-pervasive Guru Shakti.
Guru Shastra, Guru Shastram, Guru Shastra, Guru Shastram, Guru Shastra, Guru Shastram, Guru Shastra, Guru Shishyasya Tarakah, Guru Shishyasya Tarakah, Guru Shishyasya Tarakah, Guru Shishyasya Tarakah, Guru Samvit Swarupatma, Guru Samvit Swarupatma, Guru Samvit Swarupatma, Guru Samvit Swarupatma, Sada Mama Shri Guru Sharanam, 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 Guru Sharanam, Guru Sharanam, Guru Sharanam, Guru Sharanam, Sada Mama Shri Guru Sharanam, Sada Mama Shri Guru Sharanam, Sada Mama Shri शरणं
सदा मम श्री गुरु शरणं
सदा मम श्री गुरु शरणं
सदा मम श्री गुरु शरणं
श्रीमत् परिज्ञानाश्रम स्वामी सद्गुरु महाराज की
जय
श्रीमत् सद्योजात शंकराश्रम स्वामी सद्गुरु महाराज की
जय
श्री चित्रापुर मठ संस्थान की
जय
सारस्वत समाज की जय हो सरस्वती संतान की जय हो जय हो जय हो जय हो जय हो।
बोला श्रीमत आनंदाश्रम स्वामी सद्गुरु महाराज की
जय
बोला श्रीमत परिज्ञानाश्रम स्वामी सद्गुरु महाराज की
जय
बोला श्रीमत सद्योजात शंकराश्रम स्वामी सद्गुरु महाराज की
जय
चित्रापुर मठाधीश की
जय
चित्रापुर संस्थान की
जय।
Now came that very special moment of yoking the magnificently adorned Ram, who had been given the VIP privilege of drawing the sacred Rath carrying the holy Padukas and the sacred portrait of Guru Swami, along with the twin Jyotis and the Tirtha Kalashas from Gokarna to Shri Chitrāpur Mutt at Shirali. After Puja Swamiji checked out from the Bhatmams that they could now take the first pavitra step forward on the Padayatra, he placed the Padukas on the head of the President of the Standing Committee, Yennemidi Vinod Mam. As everyone cheered, Puja Swamiji began to walk by the side of his Guru's brightly lit Rath, leading the surge of excited, exhilarated representatives of the Chitrāpur Sāraswat Samāja. The traditional Vazab announced the festive mood as His Holiness walked ahead briskly, turning every now and then to check whether the sacred Rath was moving properly and that all was well with his Guru. After the Jai Jaikars had died down and the Yatris had gone out of sight, scurrying along to keep pace with their brisk walking Guru, yes, thought Koti Tirth with a peaceful smile, this is indeed a very sacred spot, and the Chitrāpur Sāraswats are a truly blessed community to have received so much love and grace from 11 masters, each one of them like this pristine lotus, which may be rooted in murky water, but forever teaches us how to rise above it. We too will cover the holy ground on which Puja Swamiji set foot and the Mangala Rath of Guru Swami traversed on a seamless highway packed with yellow caps, resounding with Jai Jaikars, sanctified by shlokas and stutis, bhajans and kirtans for 2 whole days on this Guru Jyoti Padayatra. How could the organizers have gauged how many people would finally come and from where they would join this yatra? The answer is through a flawless strategy. All yatris had to send in their registration forms to the local Sabha president, who then forwarded the details to the Pune and Bangalore Sabhas depending upon where the yatris would join the group. Sabhas hired transport centrally to enable yatris to share costs. The Pune Sabha intimated details of yatris taking the entire journey from Karla to Shirali to the Goa Sabha, where Sabita Haritepachi was the coordinator appointed to make arrangements for their stay. Before the year 2007 had ended, consolidated lists were sent to the Pune and Bangalore Sabhas. Vice President of the Standing Committee, Jayvant Naimpalli Ma'am, and Bangalore's local Sabha President, Vivekanand Basroor Ma'am, were the contact persons for Bangalore. All NRI Yatris who did not have a functional local Sabha had to send their forms directly to the Tercentenary Secretariat Office at Mumbai, where the Yatra desk was manned by Lieutenant General Gokarn Ma'am, who spearheaded many areas of the advanced preparation, and coordinator Mahesh Kalyanpur Ma'am. No one can resist waving to a camera which is as good as this one. Look, nothing had been left to chance. This is just one of the many ambulances which were on duty throughout the yatra to attend to problems requiring first aid like swollen feet, fatigue, blisters, and, if needed, to quietly whisk away someone to the nearest clinic en route with a Sankalpita in attendance. One state-of-the-art ambulance came from Dr. Ramesh Pai Ma'am of Manipal. Others were arranged from the Rotary Club of Ankola by Arun Nadkarni Ma'am and from the KLE Hospital by Dr. Sandeep Padbidri Ma'am. The convoy also had enough vehicles with willing sarathis to ferry stranded persons back and forth as required. At Madangiri, it was time to take a happy break, for breakfast of course. Pujya Swamiji was welcomed with traditional honors at the shrine of Mhalsa Devi and Siddhi Vinayak. The traditional and near-forgotten Amchi delicacy, moode with hot sambar, was much welcomed by our yatris after that bracing 10-kilometer walk. It was time to fill up on this fantastic fuel and even to catch up on a bit of mother love, as you can see. Back on the road, the yatris walked steadily till they reached the first of the many temporary refreshment and rejuvenation shamiyanas set up by some power-packed pachis and moms of Bangalore's Chitrāpur Bhajan Mandali and other volunteers from elsewhere as part of the cheerleaders group created by Kunaje Nagesh Ma'am. This portable energy replenishment counter for body, mind and spirit raced from one pre-arranged point to another to serve mineral water, energy drinks and foods, and elevating bhajans, complete with tabla and harmonium accompaniment to give the overwhelming zest of the yatris a further high. The only nudge our sadhaks turned down was being told, "Come on, you can do it," because each one knew that if the Guru Shakti had set them upon this road, the abundant grace that was beginning to reveal its splendor would ensure that every single sadhak would reach the goal, and happily too. As you watch this joyfully rendered seva and capture the fun of all the stimulating stopovers, we must tell you that apart from sponsoring most of the meals on the yatra, Sudhir Yellore Ma'am of Udupi also provided 10,000 litres of water and oranges, while the lemons came from Vikram Shirur Ma'am of Hubli and the bananas from Nagesh Turme Ma'am. An additional 14,000 litres of drinking water plus biodegradable plastic bags for every yatri and zamkhans at various stopovers were provided by Mahesh Bondal Ma'am, who offered a lot of other assistance as well. Ashok Chandavarkar Ma'am of Mumbai sent the Enerzal and Electrol drinks. Were you inspired to say Om Namah Parvati Pate Hara Hara Mahadev to that? Well, that was the idea. The sacred Rath has come into view for a moment and look at this thoughtfully held cordon to prevent any mom, pachi or bachchi from straying onto the hectic highway. Thoughtful, isn't it? Here is one more tiny halt for slaking dry throats and breathing easy for a few moments of a well-deserved break. Ingenuity lies in creating a novel method to bring back freshness into a repetitive task. Look what this mom did to improve his gait and to secure his 7 minutes of limelight. Even you could try it behind closed doors. It is a posture-friendly pose, all right. Some touching interruptions came in the form of this offering, which Swamiji graciously accepted on behalf of Pujya Guru Swami. Or that sudden burst of firecrackers to welcome the Gurus, the Padukas, the Jyotis and all the Yatris with a bang and make that plural. At the next halt at Mirjan, although the growing heat must have been discomforting, Pujya Swamiji looked very happy indeed. After Pada Prakshalan, Swamiji went into the shrine and paid his respects to the deity. This was a Po and Panak halt, and you can see that both items seem to score a perfect 10. Kishan Mam seems to have got a fresh bout of energy after that tasty snack. As we move with the sacred Rath and the Yatris, whose feet may be tiring now and then, but whose spirits are soaring high, let's fill our hearts with this beautiful landscape Mother Nature has laid out for us, and remember that these different aspects of our surroundings are part of the all-inclusive Swaroop of Lord Shiva in the form of Lord Dakshinamurti. Here is the banner announcing that we have reached Kumta, and here are the welcoming Pachis waiting anxiously for Guru Swami's Rath and Pujya Swamiji to arrive. Cannot doubt that Jayavant Mam is Vice President of the Standing Committee. Our Gurus have always been pillars of strength, the still centers who quell every storm within us. One look at Pujya Swamiji, who's forever sharing his joy and good humor, tells you why. There may be outward signs of a bit of fatigue, but the light radiating from within has the brilliance to banish every dot of darkness, every negative emotion far, far away and forever. After Swamiji attended the Aarti at the shrine of that lovable lover of Modaks and Mishtan, Yatris headed for jalebis and pulao plus cooling curd rice at the lunch halt at Kumta on that wonderful afternoon of the first day of the Guru Jyoti Padayatra. After a brief respite for some speedy refreshment at Dhareshwar and a quick visit to its magnificent Shri Dharanath temple, the Yatris walked to Haldipur, where the Ratha Saptami festival was going on with great pomp and show at the Gopinatha Lakshmi Venkataramana Devasthan. This venerated Murti of Maruti is said to have been consecrated 400 years ago. Pujya Swamiji arrived as the temple Rath was being taken around ceremoniously. he was received with due honors by the temple trustees and a hall full of local sadhaks who had stayed back, although the Rath carrying Guru Swami's sacred portrait, the holy padukas and the 2 jyotis was running a little behind schedule. The devotees had organized a Harikatha by Bhavana Mai, a very devoted Kirtankar with a very holy demeanor and great erudition. Quoting copiously from the Bhagavad Gita, she told the Sabha that devotees feel motivated to follow all great souls who live by lofty principles and therefore are strongly rooted in both discipline and culture. Mere learning is of no use, and a guru whom you approach with true bhakti is a must to connect you to your goal of seeking God and being liberated, she added.
Swami Sadgurula Anugrah. Jale Devalo, Swamelo, and Anugraham Gelwir Zauka Zaler, Puru Sukrata Punya Zauka. त्याशिवाय परमात्मा की गुरु की हमको पसंद ही है ना. इथं म्हणे आमगे संसार सरलोल ना त्या निमते आमकां कळना खंयची रीती आमी गुरून सांगेल तशी आतां पादयात्रे भितर कितले कितें जाणां पांयां दुखली कितें दुखले रे संवसारा कश्टांक तूं दुखील न्ही तें खंय एक दुडुकमाच्या चमकान चमकून गेल्लो न्ही तो ताजो उद्देश परमात्मा प्राप्ती गुरुल आज्ञा त्या निमित्तान ताका एक दिव्य आनंद असते दुखीक आनंदान दुखचे तें एक हांव सुख चरडान कितले बात दिले रे मस्ती केले रे एक नमुने तांते को आनंद असता मस्तील्यार काय आनंद असता इत्याक म्हळ्यार तो आनंद दिव्य तेच रितीन परमात्मान गुरुन सांगिल्लें आमी केलां तांच्यान हांगा थंय चमकून आयलें ताजे आयास म्हूण जायना इत्याक आयास जायना म्हळ्यार खंयच्या विशयांत तूं आमकां आसक्त आसा की त्या विशयांत आमकां आयास जायना आमकां मना कुशनातील काम करेल म्हूण जाल्यार आमकां तांचो सुरेख आयास जाता हांगा दोन ऑफिसांत आमगेले चमकून वच म्हळ्यार आमकां पांयां दुखता जायना इथं म्हळ्यार ते जबरदस्तीक दुड्डुका म्हाका म्हळ्यार वचचें हें थंय न्हय आशिल्लें गुरुल पादूक घेवन चित्रापुरांत आमी वचचें म्हळ्यार तें एका परमात्मा आले की जाल्लेली कालिगे भूषण नारा कालिगे भूषण हरियात्रेक ही हरियात्रा मनयतात म्हणून घेता म्हणटना श्रेष्ठ मनशान केलेलें आचरण आपणेतलें आमी करतात देवा समान गुरू यस्य देवे पराभक्ती यथा देवे तथा गुरु खंयचे रितीर देव की तेच रितीर गुरू चिल्लीम ते देवा केल्यावरी भक्ती गुरू कोर्क.
After Deepa Namaskar, Puja Swamiji, who had walked for so many hours beside his Guru's Rath, did Guru Pujan.
Vairagyataila sampurni Bhakti Varti Samanviti Vivekapurna Patreham Bodhadipam Pradarshaye. Om Shri Guru Padukabhyo Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwarah Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Devanatha Guru Swamin Deshika Swatmanayaka Trahi Trahi Kripa Sindhu Pujam Purnataram Kuru Om Anaya Puja Shri Guru Priyatam Tatsad Brahmarpanamastu.
When Hanumant Paimam beseeched Swamiji to bless the local devotees with an Ashirvachan, our Divine Master complimented them for waiting patiently till such a late hour and sang in praise of Lord Gopinatha, the main deity of that shrine.
गोकर्ण शिराली पदयात्रे प्रारंभ केल्या 45 किलोमीटर आज आम्ही
वेळ हांगा आयले उपस्थित लोक चणकून आयलीं वेळ जालो आनी दणूय जालेलो सो आमी म्हळें देव दर्शन जालें आमगे गुरू पादुका पूज करचे स्थान ती करता ती तातूंत तुमी भाग घेयात तें तुमी स्विकार केलें इतलो वेळ जावन सुद्दां तुमी भक्तीन श्रद्धेन बसल्यान ती हें एक तुमगे म्हालगड्यान दिलेले बरे संस्काराचे द्योतक लक्षणां तशींच गुरू उपदिश्ट मार्गारीची चलचे जी की तुमगेली प्रणाली आसा त्या पळोवन मस्त खुशी जाता हीच आमी प्रार्थना करता की देवा चरणी हांगा जो एक वैभव येवंचो आसा देव दाखोवचें आसा तें ऐश्वर्य तुमगे प्रत्येक साधका जिवनांत यावं ऐश्वर्य बाह्यय आसता आंतरिकय आसता तुमगे श्रद्धा भक्ती पळोवन आमकां विश्वास आसा आंतरीक ऐश्वर्य तुमकां प्राप्त जातलें सुख शांती समाधान देवान तो तीव्र निष्ठा भक्ती आनी बाह्य ऐश्वर्य देवाल्याच्या अनुग्रहान तुमच्या प्राप्त जातलें म्हणून आमकां विश्वास आसा आमी तशी देवा चरणी प्रार्थना करता श्रीकृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं तुलसीवनमालं जगद्गुरुं तुलसीवनमालं जगद्गुरुं वृन्दावनलीलं जगद्गुरुं वृन्दावनलीलं जगद्गुरुं दुर्योधनकालं जगद्गुरुं दुर्योधनकालं जगद्गुरुं कुन्तीसुतपालं जगद्गुरुं कुन्तीसुतपालं जगद्गुरुं श्रीकृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं
Puja Swamiji then attended the final Aarti of Shri Hanuman. He listened intently as the trusty Imam thanked Swamiji for gracing this shrine when the Ratha Saptami celebrations were going on.
आमगेल्या सर्व भक्तवृंदाक बर जावशी परमपूज्य स्वाम्यान अनुग्रह करचे हांगा हो हनुमंत कारणीक हनुमंत 400 वर्षां पूर्वी हांगा प्रतिश्ठ जालेली अशी आमगेल्या म्हालगड्यान बरोवन दवरली एक लिखावर्त आसा 210 इसवीक म्हळ्यार आनी 2 वर्षांत हांगा प्रतिश्ठ मूल प्रतिश्ठ जावन 400 वर्ष जाली अशी एक हांगा एक उल्लेख मेळता आसा हे 400 वर्षाचे उद्देश हांगा एक बरें कार्यक्रम घडोवका अशी संकल्प मना भितर धरील आसा परमपूज्य स्वाम्यान तो एक धरील संकल्प हांगा अगदी बरे रितीन घड अशी अनुग्रह करचे अशी स्वाम्याल दिव्य चरणारविंद प्रार्थना करून परमपूज्य स्वाम्यांक सर्व लोकांल वतीन हांव हृदयपूर्वक स्वागत करता परमपूज्य स्वाम्यांक शिरसाष्टांग नमस्कार करता
श्री 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 सदोजात शंकराश्रम स्वामी महाराज की
After Swamiji had blessed the Archaks with Phalamantrakshat, the curtain finally came down on this 45-kilometer long and eventful first day of the Guru Jyoti Padayatra.